Hello, and welcome to the long-awaited champion hand mix finals. Here against crabcat2. First board doesn't have any landmarks or landscapes, rather, but does, of course, a little bit of draw to X and such. So you can do somewhat between storeroom tactician and or diplomat stuff. It's not really mutually exclusive either, I wouldn't say. You could certainly play with both. Bounty Hunter Shantytown does seem like a reasonable opening. I think the tactician stuff always has, well, you gotta have like a conclave diplomat pair or something to be fully golden. Probably worth going for, though. Shantytown becomes quite a bit less appealing in that case, though it's okay beforehand. This is a little sad. It's probably just pass. It's either pass or buy a 4. Like buy a conclave or a diplomat. We can't really cycle forward. I think it's be too sad not to play the tactician. Now, if we had found the tactician here, that would have been something. Goatherd seems not super great to me. Okay, we got 2/3. Okay, we're not sad. We're happy. I don't think Goatherd's necessarily bad. It's just I don't really plan on trashing anything. I would rather exile stuff, I think. We bottom deck or Shanty and Storm. This, I guess this shuffle's still okay regardless. Like we'll have 2 buys. We'll have money from Bounty Hunter. I don't know why you wouldn't. Oh, they're doing it with Shantytown. I guess it's about the same. I don't know if it gets you anything extra or not. I think Goatherd's fine, like 3. If you have just 3, it's not unreasonable. I would go ahead and get the second tactician if I were them, but okay. That was, of course, a very, very good turn for me. Can buy a 3 here. That's interesting. Do I want the goat herd? Probably doesn't hurt. And I assume they have their tactician, but they can buy a 4, I guess, since they have the flag. I don't know if I'll have 12. I don't know. Are we gonna do flag bearer fighting? I can't really get to 12 very easily. I mean, I guess I can if I don't buy a province. Could get another conclave. I mean, I could go like conclave flag bearer. Wouldn't be unreasonable. I could also kill a shanty town at this point. I do need to get to a conclave. How do I do that? This isn't ideal. We could just buy the flag bearer. We could conclave or bounty hunter the goat herd. Also, not crazy. Um, they have to get a second tactician. I guess there's some world where I should have exiled a storeroom because I was going to buy it back, and I could have kept the goat herd for a little bit of additional trade. I mean, it would still be nice to trash coppers. These decks can whiff. I don't especially mind going back and forth on the flag bearer here for a little bit. I mean, unless he buys two of them at some point, I get the last one. Kind of fine with me. The only downside of that is, I mean, if I can do it while I'm buying provinces, then it's totally fine, but I do need another thinner. For sure. Because I'm going to be adding more stop cards, so I need to get down a little bit. I mean, this is a good turn for them. Probably I should. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm going to live or die by whether I find a storeroom here. And for several turns, actually. Okay, so we did find it. They didn't take the flag bearer, so we can go like probably. Well, I don't know exactly how much money I can make. We're not going to be able to play the diplomat. Which is okay. I mean, it's not a huge deal. How much money can I make? I don't know what the last card is either. I think this is all good. I could get the goat herds back, or I can just get another bounty hunter. Okay. How does this work? I get confused. Oh, they took the flag back. Oh, they didn't even play a tactician. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I need to buy, so I can conclave bounty hunter and conclave flag bearer. I can play the diplomat. Conclave the diplomat. I'll still have one action. Conclave bounty hunter. I'll have two actions. I think I can do this. I draw two. One is my discard, and one is my exile. I guess I could wait on the province. I guess it depends on if I'm gonna. How much money am I gonna have? That would give me 9. 11 isn't. I mean, 11's okay. I can buy a storeroom. 11's pretty good. So I'm gonna be 3 provinces up with a pretty consistent deck. I mean, I guess I could stop here. Wouldn't be totally crazy or anything. We should probably try and get to the conclave, though. I mean, the reason for stopping would be this is already 8. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, this is already 8, though it doesn't exile anything. And then this hand would have like Conclave Diplomat and have a storeroom in it already, which is pretty nice. Like I said, I can't exile anything. I have the cards for that, but well, I could exile a storeroom, I guess. That doesn't seem like the play. So I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Play it. I could get up to 9, but it doesn't help me. Basically, I need to find the second conclave on turns to get, or like a diplomat works too, to get to higher values of money to let me just set stuff aside. Which I can probably get to. We need to get to the conclave. We set aside bounty, or if we discard bounty hunter. Oh, we're gonna have an action when this is done. Okay, we're gonna have 2 actions. We discard 2 here, and then we conclave the diplomat. We'll still have 8. We'll get to set aside an estate. Maybe I should have just set aside more there. I don't know. I'm not sure. Obviously, this, like, again, the problem with this is that it runs into the risk of not seeing a storeroom or something, but I don't think they have like enough money to like double play tactician. Maybe they can double without playing tactician, but I kind of doubt that as well. I don't think I have double threat. What do I not have exiled? Like if I exile a tactician, maybe if I exile a tactician and a storm, which is pretty doable, I can get close. You can yeah, there's this other, I mean, maybe there were times where I could have activated my diplomat in a way that was useful as well. I may have missed a play on that. I don't know. I don't really have terminals that produce money, so I'm not sure that there was a point, but maybe a storm could have gotten another $1 somewhere. I mean, if they can double, then they have some real threat. But yeah, and they need at least like duchy, I think. So 14 or 12 is not really cut it. I just need to probably activate one more time and then, which Storm all but guarantees it. I don't know. There's some bottom decking issues, I guess, that are possible. Gonna have to draw more. Well, I mean, I guess if I find the diplomat then, or find the tactician. Oh, I guess I can do the thing where I go down lower. Do what they've been doing. Go like this and then set aside and then play conclave flag bearer and then play the diplomat. And then if one of them's not the... Well, how many cards does that leave me? I need to have some cards right for the storm. The diplomat will draw 2 cards, so I'll have 3 cards in hand. I'll have the storm and the 2 cards, so I can play a storm. Discard 1 if I need to get the tactician. And then I'll still have 2 cards in hand. Does that all make sense? We also know one of them is a storeroom. I think that all makes sense. If it doesn't, then I'm in trouble. With 3 cards, we can discard 1. We'll still have... Okay, we can also just leave this. This is a storeroom on the bottom. Well, we can leave this. We're definitely going to leave it. This is just hard for them. They can't... I mean, they can start duchying, but... In fact, they probably ought to have last turn double duchy rather than whatever they did. I'm not sure though. Like buying provinces, I don't think helps them. Like clearly now, double is still just completely losing. I don't even know. They can maybe do province duchy. That's still probably completely losing. As long as again, if I can province and play tactician again, then it's gonna be too many points. I am keeping my deck about the same. I'm able to exile a card most turns. So that's nice. I don't know if they triple duchy, if that'll give them threat eventually. If they triple duchy, that gives them the 17, and I buy a province. Then they triple duchy again. If I buy nothing, yeah, it's just they needed to get in the double province range at some point before now. This is like they're probably close to it now, but maybe they have it now, but it's like too late. So then they got to do triple duchy, but probably their triple duchies will probably not catch in time. It's only making up 3 points, and the gap, and they also have to draw it again, which becomes increasingly difficult. So I already have everything pretty much. I mean, Conclave plus Storyman and Tactician in hand is already always enough. Conclave up to Diplomat. How many can we set aside and discard? That probably doesn't quite cut it. As far as the cash goes. Unless the bounty hunter sets aside something that is worth money. But we can discard. I mean, we can. It's this question again of whether I want to play down to the Diplomat or whether I just want to stop when I know that the next 10 cards has a storeroom and a conclave in it. Because I can just play conclave, storeroom, discard 6, 1, 2, 3, and play the tactician and not play any further. And that feels pretty safe. I mean, there is the only thing I can play for that's better is just getting playing a bounty hunter. Like, that's my only kind of thing that's nicer than just buying a province. But it's hard to pass up on knowing storeroom is in here. So I think I'm just gonna do it. I don't think it's that big of a deal if I can't like what does double province duchy do and loses? What happened to their point? They trash an estate. Oh, that hurts them a lot too, actually. They're also first player. It's just hard to pass knowing these are in here. To be honest. Because 5 provinces is like so close to half VP. And if you see another tactician in your 7 cards or whatever, then you probably can guarantee province the following turn. It's just this, there was a shuffle. The shuffle where they bought 2 4s instead of getting their second tactician in. I think that was a big mistake. Even if they quad duchy, does that give them threat? Which can't be that easy to do. quad duchy puts them at 20. That may be a sufficient threat, but I can try to double too. Not like bounty hunter tactician, bounty hunter storeroom. That eats up. It's not really. It always seems nice when you play the bounty or the bounty hunter on something. You get the $3. It kind of feels like you've done something nice, but which you have. But it's really just $1.50 per card. It's not exactly life changing. So can we just toss all of this? Like, there's no reason to try and double. Can we get anything out of this? Can't really trigger. I think we're one shy of being able to set aside. So I mean, my deck does become a little messy anyway. 1, 2, because I have to set aside 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then bounty hunter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that doesn't leave enough cards. So we just have to set it aside, and we can just conclave the tactician or whatever. And we could get more money this turn. That's not impossible. There's just no reason to. I don't think. Oh, this is actually. I was thinking I could conclave the tactician, which you can't actually do, but I have enough actions, fortunately. That was almost terrifying because I totally forgot that. That could have been very bad. Okay, so this is when they can't score. How much would they need? 6, 4 duchies in a province. They're down by 16. There aren't 4 duchies. So this 915 isn't sufficient, so they would need. They don't even have the buys for it. I guess they never really had the buys. How many? They only have four buys. Ooh. 9 plus 15, 38 is not enough. Nine plus 6 is 15 plus 20. You get it. You understand. And this is the second time I got to do storeroom double tack in hand mix, which I haven't played double tack. You don't get to play double tack as often as you kind of used to, I feel like. I mean, there's always troubles with it, but now just duchy is half for me even, so it's like. How many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. As always with the hand mix games, they're not fast. This kingdom. I already see Flagbearer Store. No tactician this time. But a lot of exciting things. I wonder how much you can do with Storm here. I mean, I suppose it's your payload unless you want to do straight traditional draw with golds. Hermit, of course, looks really good. Hunting Lodge looks pretty good. Torture looks pretty bad. I think even if you had the chain of tortures, they get a watchtower or they have enough hermits, they can just handle it all. You probably either open Hermit or like Hermit Watchtower. Hermit Silos. 5-2, not very good here. Probably just can hit 5 once with your Madman. I don't know. 5-2 is almost you have to just bite the bullet and open with the Hermit. The other thing would be Stables or Hunting Lodge. If you draw your Hunting Lodge and you get to, I mean, that's going to help them a fair amount. I'm going to draw 4 cards. One will be, so this won't hit 5. So it's not super appealing. I do need to hit 5 once. I guess I don't have to hit 5. I mean, I do eventually. Once we've trashed another estate, then the Madman plays will like guarantee hit it. How many do you draw with Mole? This is pretty convenient. I guess ideally you just come right up to the end of this shuffle. The Madman is a little bit. You draw 4 cards, so you have 6 cards. Or how many cards do you have? I gotta think about this one. You draw 4 with the Madman. You end up with 8 cards. Okay, so I can have 5 Poppers, a Hermit, and a State. Madman. Which is what I want. If I'm understanding this game correctly. You have 4, you draw 4 cards, you have 8 cards. Then I can buy Hunting Lodge, gain a storeroom. I think that's right. Feels right. My shuffles have been very good. So we can't. We used to get a lot of honey lodges and scholars and storms and stuff while picking up menageries, I guess, is what we do. I don't know when we play the madman exactly. That's a bit of a conundrum, if you will. I can get a menagerie here, or two even. Leave the madman on top. I could get a silver. One silver isn't the worst thing, though it's not also the most exciting thing. We do need to figure out how to get 5 again at some point. Well, we can do it with a... Well, there are various ways to do it, but we can definitely do it with the madman. I wonder, well, at some point we may get a second hermit, but not now. I don't even know why I played this, just for the sheer joy of it. See, there's silver, another menagerie. How many times will we fail? After we get a second hunting lodge, so we can play hunting lodge, use storm to get money. Use menagerie to recover, or play another one. Let's just go with the menageries. Ooh, this is almost real nice. Not that it isn't pretty nice. Guess we probably blow the madman up now. It is going to be kind of dinky payload. The storm is not like that exciting. But it'll work. Eventually it'll be less dinky. One problem will be it'll be a little bit... Well, it shouldn't really be that inconsistent with way the mole. I guess the amount of payload will be inconsistent. Whether you get to draw some cards on your turn shouldn't be particularly inconsistent. I could save the madman again. I mean, I could try and just honey lodge into the storm, which discard, and then activate a menagerie and get a little money, which would also be sufficient for getting a 5. I don't know if getting 2 5s is particularly realistic here. They still have a deck too. I mean, they're not out of it fully. I just am a bit ahead. They still got the... I mean, they have the honey launch. They just don't have the storm or the 2 menagerie. Then they'll get caught... I mean, they'll get caught up on the estate trashing. That's not really a problem. I think just another honey lodge. Dislike the stables. What do I know? Okay. Well. This changes things a bit. It also doesn't matter if you have a discard full of coppers when you trigger shuffles. It's totally fine. So that's nice here. Particularly, actually. So it's like if we do the storm, do we discard everything and then activate Menagerie? How much money does that get us? I mean, it's still okay to save the Madman, I think. We don't need it. The Menagerie versus the Mole. I guess we should have kept... Actually, let's see if it'll let me undo. We should use the Madman like a mole. Because it's just the same. In fact, Menagerie is not like super special here in some senses. Can always do that. Interesting. They got another Hermit. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. Because of the mole. We didn't find how do you play this hand? We're gonna need more storms in a bit. That's not great. Okay. This is bad. This is good. Probably now we do the madman. And that's a little sad, but I think it's just required. More or less. I guess one bad thing about this board is it's a little hard to get the sequencing to go well for you. As far as the, you don't have a lot of cards to throw into the deck. To make the menagerie activate. Maybe a silver is appropriate. Silver and a gold may be okay. If you get enough hunting lodges, then you can do scholar stuff too. But because you can discard coppers, but you play a menagerie and then it just draws coppers. So that's a little problematic. Would need to find a storm also would be good. I wouldn't complain about that. At some point. We just need more of them. Ugh. Sad. Gotta see if we... Okay, here we go. How should we sequence this? We want to discard probably everything. We probably want to max money. What I don't know is whether we should do the hunting lodge or this one. This is okay though. How much money can we get? What is left? We should be able to make all this money, right? That we can hit 10. This away. I think. Maybe they're just all coppers. Should I get a scholar now? I think we'll keep with this. It's a little more... feels a little safer. there's definitely going to be repile. I don't think we're going to empty the provinces. That seems unlikely. Okay. Okay. um. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'm not sure about that as the play. Not even a little bit. But I'm willing to try it. There are a lot of coppers in this shuffle, so they have 3 gains. I don't know, they may have a pile out if I lower too much, but get another hermit. Try and draw a storm. Okay, good. Okay. I may province this turn just to. A single province doesn't actually hurt my deck hardly at all. May even help it in some draws. Okay. $13 was probably a little better than whatever I did. I could have got $13. That probably was a little nicer. The goal here is just well, hopefully they don't do too much. I don't think they can possibly province and empty hunting lodges, and there's no way. So it's fine with me if they want to lower the menageries a little bit. And I can just score with hermits. I mean, this shuffle could still go bad. I mean, we can mull out of some things, but they may be able to get to province duchy. That'll be a little harder for me to. I mean, I probably won't be able to pile out if they have that much. Oh, they don't have money from storeroom. Never mind. This is all their storerooms. You just can't even province. All right. I don't know if I'll get to 10. I mean, I should be able to. The pile out's easy. Now they can't build either, so there's just nothing they can buy. They can buy stables, but looking for 10 and 2 buys, and then the 3 should more or less take care of themselves. They could buy like flag bearer silver. I don't even. I mean, if I don't hit 10, if I have 8 or something, I just buy province, and then they're not any closer. I might get the rest of the 3s gone or something already, and then yeah, but I do need to find more of the hunting lodges. That's a little bit of an issue, actually. Well, there's more bottom. Should I try and draw one first? This is a lot of the menageries. Okay, this is all right though. I don't really need to play the flag bearer. Well, I guess it helps if I find another eye or whatever. Maybe these should just be left in the shuffle. All right, game 2. Another storeroom kingdom. I don't know if it's a storeroom board, but storeroom is there. Oh, it's tactician. I didn't see tactician. Jeez. It doesn't work as well this time, though. I'm not sure it works at all. You usually need, because I guess you can do, I guess if you have the flag bearer, it's enough cards. Storm and Tactician by itself isn't enough cards. Like Vault works, but Storm doesn't. And you can't. The only way to increase hand, there's no villages, so the only way to increase hand size, you either have the flag bearer, then Storm works. For as long as, I mean, provinces, I guess. When I say works, I mean it can buy a province. And the, what does Toil do? And then if you, 5-2 doesn't look that appealing here. I think I'll probably go with what they bought as well. You need a village so that you can use some of the, if there is non-terminal money, you can make it work. Otherwise, you need a village plus like, well, you could just use Haunted Woods then. Haunted Woods plus Tactician and a village would let you do it. There is no village, so this is nice. They get to buy and then scouting party. I have to just pass and then buy. So 5-2 nicer than 2-5 here. I mean, I could buy other stuff. It's not like, and I also get attacked immediately, which is not great. And it's not really great to trigger the shuffle. I mean, it doesn't matter a whole lot. The scouting party or the Haunted Woods is missing regardless. I guess all that I can do is make sure that the Haunted Woods doesn't bottom deck, which apparently a good thing I did it. So they're definitely ahead here, and there's not really been anything I could do about it so far. They find the research here, they're in really good shape. They at least missed that, so that's something. And they didn't draw one of the Haunted Woods on this shuffle, so that was pretty fortunate. I don't know, I guess you get idols. You can Scepter Haunted Woods. I don't really like the castle that much. I never do. I mean, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. I wish I had found research. That would have been put me close to back in it. This isn't very good. I can top deck research though, so that's okay. I think you just get scepters and some idols. I mean, I don't hate Humble Cat, or I don't hate the castle vibe. I don't love it. I don't love it. Forms look pretty, well, more than pretty good. Forms look very good here. They help you control the Haunted Woods attack a bit. Storm doesn't seem super appealing to me. You don't really have terminal space for it. so far as I can see. I mean, not if you want to play 2 Haunted Woods anyway. Or play Haunted Woods every turn. Maybe you think occasional buy is worth it. I'm not really seeing it exactly, but... Oh, you can toil. What does toil do? You may play an action card from your hand. See, so you can do double attack. Oh, interesting. Though you don't have to, but you can. Interesting. Wow, I'm dumb. Toil. You may play in it. Who knew? Good, start the flag bearer stuff. Well, that's interesting then. Doesn't play with the idle stuff is, and the scepter stuff is nice. Interesting. I'm just gonna say that over and over again. I wonder. It does make you wonder if you should have, if you could have. You can't play with idle, you can't play with scepter, but you can do some other stuff. I found the storm, which is nice. I have $9, which is is okay. I guess I have to. I guess a 7. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe we should get into the tactician. Still doesn't work all that well, right? Everything's expensive. Oh, sorry, hit the microphone. Can I have the scepter on top if I scouting party it? Will that work? How many cards did I discard? I would have had to discard more to the storeroom. Maybe it was worth doing. How much does scouting party force you to discard 3? So if I had tossed a copper, this could have worked. Interesting. I'll have to remember that in the future. We find the storeroom here. will be happy. If they follow on the scepters. They're gonna do the tacticians, which is fine. This sucks to not get to 5 here. This actually really sucks. No joke. No joke, it really does suck. In a second research. So I can try and play more condensed. What does more condensed mean? What I mean is I can play money. More money and see if we can muck with them with attacks and stuff. They may just be consistent on the tactician. It's still not a lot of money. Draw is still hard. So you don't produce wild amounts of money. Okay, this was nice. We could try and top decker research. How much money am I gonna have? Last card's a copper. I have 6. I could have. Basically, I could have 8. Which may be toil gold. You can't really use the scepters, can you? Well, you can. You sort of can. You just can't play the storerooms. Yeah, okay. It's interesting. You can get the buy still, which is the main thing, I think. Yeah, it's a little problematic. I mean, you can. It works. You're just not going to be able to do the seller part of storeroom. That's the issue. Or it's a little more awkward anyway. You can still. I guess it mostly still works. But it is a little sensitive to the sequence that you see stuff in. So we'll see. I guess you can also play castles with the double attack, and then some of the castles are cheaper, and then you take the expensive ones when you just spike cash. Something like that. I'm trying to think if I should have gotten idol over gold. Very possible. Now they're getting a scepter. Okay, so what? That's weird because the scepters you can't use tactician with at all. Or yeah, I guess you can't. No. No, you can. You can even play treasures with the tactician, right? Okay. Yeah. That is something. That's probably something to do. Right, when you're toiling tactician, it's different. So you can even have gold and stuff. Well, the gold is down there, but I can do this in this funky order. Or sort of funky order. This turn I got the draw for it. Or wait, no, it doesn't work because you have to. It just doesn't work. It could work with tactician. Oh, this is stupid. I'm stupid. I mean, you can get the buy, but you can't draw. Like if I buy toil, I can't play the gold. I am just endlessly stupid. I think we do need the tactician. We'll see how this all goes. This is their non-tactician turn. Assume they buy a second tactician here. Though they didn't previously, so maybe not. Their scepters are just silvers basically this time. They didn't get a Haunted Woods played before. They still have enough money to buy a tactician, which I assume that's what they'll do. So I have a gold, which is kind of okay. Not like super. Not the worst thing in the world. I guess the problem with my tactician turn is it's gonna be too. They didn't get another tactician, which I find so odd. But okay. Can I trash and still have enough? I need $9. I guess I don't have to play the storm. It's not critical. I don't know if I want to trash. Interesting. This is all very interesting. Because next turn, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we're gonna draw 8 cards. We only need 13 cards in the deck. These are coming off 1, 2, 3. Those won't be 12. Or there'll be another one. Guess we should trash. If we're assuming we have enough money here still. So we can get 5 more bucks. 5, 10. So we got to toil twice and buy. So it was just 9 as the target. So to play this costs too many because we have to discard. So it doesn't help us to play the storeroom. Not this time anyway. Unless I'm totally missing something, which is well within my capabilities. I don't think I could get the buy was too expensive. Now maybe forum. It's still so weird to me that they didn't get a second tactician here this turn though. Maybe they're gonna play 3 scepters and then that's their tactician, sort of pseudo tactician. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, but have 1 tack and then have a triple Haunted Woods, I guess, is like the 2 sides of it, but I think that's more resources than just double tack. We're on turn 13. Which says we're either way over defensive or the stuff here is actually that slow. Though we probably will start greening soon. There's not a huge incentive to delay. I mean, someone could take both the castles also. That wouldn't be crazy. They may very well do that this turn. So you basically yeah, you can do crumbling and small or whatever it is. Crumbling and small. I might take them if they haven't. I'm not sure what they're doing exactly. I think a tactician. I do agree with. They're gonna be. I don't know. I think I'd take the castles. I think small is nice. Crumbling plus small seems really nice. I think they could even take it here. Unfortunately, I spoke it into existence, but that's just how the universe works sometimes. So the question is, can I beat them Should I contest the castles is the question. How much money can I make this turn? 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 13. I could take the next two, though it's not. I mean, it's not super ideal to reveal. Well, I won't be able to, right? Because I need to save a little bit for a toil. I mean, I could just take Haunted, though that's kind of appealing. The gold is nice. I wonder if the curses would hurt them. Or if they're consistent enough. They're drawing 9 cards. I guess there's some world where they have a real nightmare draw. They're not getting attacked. They get attacked, right? It's the basically Tactician Scepter is their double tack. I have a research on the bottom. I mean, I could just go Haunted Castle, Idol, or I need probably a 5 is all I can afford if I'm not trashing. Because I'm gonna need to. Three, 4, 5, 6. I guess I don't have to play the Storm either. It's not really doing anything for me. I guess it gets me $1. But it costs $1, right? Because I have to toil. Well, I can play 2. The Tactician has to be toiled anyway, so that doesn't really cost me. What either of us is 8, 11, 13. I can get to 14. Which isn't really better, other than it could be gold instead of idle, I guess. Did I count this right? I guess I just needed to do it to get the $1 anyway. I guess I just needed it. Well, good thing I did it. Toil. This should either be an idol or a scepter. And it's not totally clear to me which. I guess idol could be real ugly later on, potentially. This in and of itself could be really ugly if I don't find a storeroom. Maybe it should have been forum. You don't have to find the storeroom, actually. The storm isn't that good. I mean, it'll get better as we green, but right now it's not hugely good. Sad that they had a forum, but I mean, of course, they drew a million cards. Maybe the storm's still bottom deck. I mean, I'll try and get the expensive castles, but it's hard when they have small. I wish they had stuck with their tactician buy. I would have taken the castles. They didn't find storeroom. This doesn't look that great, which is weird. They don't have, no, they do have a tactician. This is a lot of cards in hand. You're gonna toil for a storeroom or something? I'm not sure exactly what's going down here. That is a bad thing about the scepter turn. They have fewer actions, so that reduces their flexibility a lot. Whereas the double tech gets that action, so that's actually pretty nice. Yeah, I don't know if they have small and humble still. Probably. Okay, so I don't have. I mean, I drew enough, right? I guess is the way to put it. I didn't draw everything I maybe wanted, but I drew enough. So I can get the sprawling castle. Okay. Which one do I have? I can't do this. I have to toil. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 13, 11. Back to 11. And that's without sceptering something. We could get a silver. We could get another storeroom. Anyway, this bunch of this is pretty clear, so and we could just toil and buy sprawling. We don't have to, if we scepter the Haunted Woods, but probably don't want to scepter the Haunted Woods this turn. We've got the research. Yeah, idle would be terrifying. Yeah, I don't think idle would be so scary. Win would be just. Well, you would play the order differently, but I'm actually gonna probably. I guess not overdraw. Not at this point. And I will probably get king. They may get. I guess there's a world where they get both here. They top deck their storeroom. No, they discard the storeroom. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a world where they get both, which would hurt. But maybe the silver should be a storeroom. But for this turn anyway, I have a storeroom, so a little less appealing. Okay, they are going to get to do whatever they want, so they will be able to take the last two. I think they'll have enough money to do that. Still not over. There's not a 3 pile. This isn't going to be worth a lot. Maybe a little bit more than 5. But the king for them will be worth. I guess I just have 2 castles, so they'll have trashed 2. King will be worth 8. So some good points, but not end of the world points. And they have to balance all this action stuff with toiling, and it's not trivial. I wouldn't say anyway. When they get all those crumbling, that's right. Yeah, we like clearly are. We're clearly gonna get through the provinces, or something real weird. Duchy plus something. Um, so I can more or less even up the points right away, or close to it anyway. The research there is making this turn look a little better than the future turns will be. So what do we have? 8, 10, 12, 17. We can afford to do one Haunted Wood Sceptered, it looks like to me. I guess you can keep a non-copper for this, makes this a little bit easier, but I haven't been doing that. Hopefully they just struggle a little bit to put stuff together. I don't know why they would struggle more than me necessarily, but I still have to hope for it, right? I mean, I'm not really going to have a chance to, but a second storeroom would have been nice at some point. This is not very much money, which is cool. So they are holding scepters, of course. They do have opulent, which can give a little bit of cash. The estate is pretty greedy. IMO. I don't really know what it's for yet. If you don't find storeroom, you're really sad. Okay, so can I research something and double? Almost certainly no. What was down there? I have 2 silver, so there's silver, scepter, province. I mean, I guess I could just draw it. Is the actual case. Duchy. Oh, I forgot to do Uh, oh. All right. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have to have 18, 15, 17. I'm trying to see if I can trash with research, and it's looking like a big nope. So. Two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12. I have to have the. And I can't even scepter. Well, I could if I don't double province. Feels like I should double province. Now the draw gets really scary for both of us. Probably more for me. I mean, they had good draw this time. They also have a forum, which is a little bit of consistency. They found their storm though, so they'll get to whatever they were going to be able to do. I don't know. They have enough green to triple province, maybe. Probably pretty close. If you can just discard everything that's, they discard Haunted Woods and Tactician, and then part of that depends on what they toss with their storeroom though. If they can get there with the green to triple, I guess triple is probably beyond the scope here. I'm just gonna live or die by whether or not I see a storeroom in the top 8 here. I could have sceptered the Haunted Woods and then bought like province storeroom, but that didn't feel. I don't know. Totally, that didn't feel like the thing, but that was a possibility. And maybe on that one I could have even trashed with the research 1 card. Or maybe we're gonna find out if he has the 24. No, oh wait, 2 scepters. Yeah, so it was exact as far as I can tell. I mean, if they take that regardless, I'm in points trouble. Though, of course, they didn't Tactician, so they wouldn't have necessarily been able to do that if I hadn't doubled. So maybe it is. Maybe it's province. I guess I could have gone province duchy storeroom and not done the not done the scepter. Something to think about anyway. If you're really, really bored. If you're incredibly bored, something to think about. Mm-hmm. 5-2 would be pretty workable here. Guess you just do like tragic hero, diplomat stuff. Lots of diplomat stuff, probably. I don't know. Do you take account? You don't have to open silver either. If you had 5-2, I think I would do the. I guess I'm going to take account. It's either counter apprentice here. You can either do diplomat, heavy diplomat stuff, or you can really try to go the tragic hero route more quickly. Cut person now is not particularly scary. I think I'm going to try the count. I've been bit before, but I hit my 5, so now the cut purse isn't too scary. It was a little scary on the reshuffle. It could have knocked a $5 hand out that I needed, but I think apprentice is fine too. I thought about apprentice, but we're gonna try. Now we'll get cut first. This will be a candlestick maker, I think. Could have been something else. How big is this shuffle if I trigger it? It's not that big, right? There's another diplomat down here. We just want a big count hand, right? We're getting clean. This is CSM Silver State Copper. Okay. That wasn't that good. Well, they drew pretty okay, I guess, because they just have all their copper still. Okay. I feel good. Unless I'm totally confused about what their deck can do, I feel good. I'm just gonna try and get as many diplomats as I can. They're not unclean necessarily. I don't think that mattered too much. I may get a cut purse. I have 8 cut purse conclave. Plazas are alright. I don't need them that much. They seem to be, when they play these tragic heroes dead, they seem to be not getting punished for it much, drawing a lot of treasure. Maybe they already had the treasure in hand. I don't really know. This could be a pretty sad set aside. I didn't get any of the other stuff. They're doing count quite late. Candlestick maker of anything is pretty okay. Probably bad to add the cut purse. It felt like maybe it could do something, but could be totally wrong. So we didn't get to the conclave. So what is the... I mean, with 2 buys is all. We don't have to... We're probably going to have to pick up the mat, unfortunately, because we still had a couple coppers we could have stuck over there, but... I could get another count. There maybe was something to getting a tragic hero over a diplomat there too. This is a really good turn for them. I don't think reacting is that useful. They get another native village, another count. Duchy gaining may be good. drawn. I'm curious if they're gonna do it in my direction or go get golds. I'm probably looking for like Plaza, Conclave, Tragic Hero. This is so depressing. That's nice. There's still the... Yeah. Well, we could trash. $11. It's that or like 14, 13, 14. We could go to 10, though that's quite a few coffers. I really would rather just do native village set-asides on this stuff, to be honest. If possible. You top deck this silver trash. I mean, it's not a bad trash. And we would buy like CSM Plaza Conclave, something like that. So the Plaza then gets a little bit less appealing. I mean, having these cards in deck is not especially appealing either. This is gonna come back to bite me. So this is your Plaza Conclave Diplomat. Or do we need to add by? This is already a terrifying hand. So less diplomats on top, or tragic hero. I mean, there are like 5 outs, but it's also just rough to go into the next hand with. I mean, probably he plays an attack or something, but lucky me. I'm not that lucky. Not that lucky. There's CSM. The problem is the hand size stuff is not. The hand size reduction stuff is not really there in the next hand, which is a real problem. There's just whether they, I mean, if they attack, that helps. This is so sad. Oh, thank goodness. How many are we gonna toss here? I guess the count is probably for later. That could have been so bad. Maybe my cut first buy was just like the stupidest thing. Like, why give them the flexibility on the diplomats? This native village set aside was incredibly lucky. I may want a second count. I get clean now. So I don't know who's ahead. I don't know if it's me or them. My deck is fine. I just had a couple turns that were kind of underwhelming. This is a lot of money. I don't know if I can produce. Should I try and get a gold? That's worth wondering. It's worth thinking about. Lots of tragic heroes is always a nice little economy boost if you can manage it. For sure. Can't get the conclaves. Okay. So should I blow up the tragic hero such that it... How would I even do that? Well, I know how to do it, but... I'll have to buy another one. Well, I don't have to, but I'll probably buy another one. Let's do it, I think. I can't get to the they're gonna have so much money. There's just gonna be a turn where either they dud or they can triple or quad province. For sure. It's 2 in the 7 bot, 2 in the trash. I have 1. So they have 4. Jeez. I can do triple. Maybe the next turn I can do quad. Maybe. Pay on buys. Yeah, there's just going to be a turn where they can either take, all the provinces or they go nowhere. Because now they're killing draw. So they're, of course, going to have like $1 million. And I may not go anywhere. It would be unlikely, but I could fail to draw anything. So now there's 4 in the trash, 3. So these are, and the one I have in my deck. Oh, he put it, and he picked up the mat too, which probably. It's terrifying when you just get 2 cards off the top of your deck to see if your turn does anything at all. How many CSMs do I have? 3? 11? I didn't count it, but maybe I can. Maybe I can quad. Which I guess if I can, I do. I mean, make them buy the duchies. With this deck, won't be that good at it. I'm getting way ahead of myself because I'm probably just dudded. And that's the world where I quad requires probably some sequence dependent stuff. They can easy dud though. They don't have that much draw. They have a huge deck and not much draw. So yeah, they're just going back for draw, which is fine. They can't take 7 provinces though, so in some sense it gives me another turn. I don't think they can empty. How many buys do they have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buys. Um. Okay. Okay. So I'm not wanting, but that's all right. They have 6 buys, but I'm not gonna have 6 provinces. Um. This sort of been the story of my life. This game, like this is like literally just like. I mean, how many diplomats did that 5? There's like 3 diplomats in here. So infuriating. Um, Even just the count to set top deck province set aside would have been nice. Um, they can't do 6 provinces. I did get to play. Uh, this is if they don't play cut person, I dud. I hate this game sometimes. You feel like you put the stuff into your deck to not have it go RI, and then you have this. I mean, you know, I didn't put. I guess my balance is bad, but it's like I have the conclaves, the candlestick makers, and the native village in the one plaza. It's just clumping on the diplomats. But what can you do? I don't know if I could have quad province. That was probably beyond my reach, but it wasn't like way, way beyond my reach. I had around $20 in actual coin deck plus the coffers. I think I was not too far. And 5 provinces I think was going to be a little bit hard for them to beat. I'm a little surprised at the plaza discards. If you're going to trigger a shuffle anyway, maybe you know you can draw it all, but it seems a little bit weird to me. This board really needs villagers. There's also what, there's a count in there. It's whatever. Can't do anything about it now. Now they're blowing up all the tragic heroes though again, so they only have 1 unplayed. Now they just have 1. And I have 1. So I guess they're going to buy as many provinces as they can this turn, which may be quite a few. But they're going to print us a gold, probably. Furnace of gold or a cut purse, maybe. Just a silver. How many golds they have? 7. That's 21. I mean, they can quad definitely. Maybe do 5. They only have 2 diplomats, so I had bottom deck 4. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I don't know how many I said exactly. I mean, that is the thing with the moat engine, is that the finding your moat isn't, finding one moat isn't always as good or isn't sufficient to kickstart the turn in the same way that finding a smithy can be. I mean, what did they have last turn? I mean, they could full on just draw duds for the next couple turns where all they can do is buy a duchy or something. That's totally possible. Crabcat's really slow. This is game 4. 2.5 hours ending, and then we're not done with game 4. Oh, thank God. Okay, so maybe do 5 provinces duchy. No, okay, they took the 3. Can I beat 5 provinces? Maybe? I mean, 5 provinces is just, I do have this estate, which is nice. They're gonna buy an estate, I guess. Just need 4 duchies. 4 duchy province. Estate. $25. $25. I mean, I have to use the count for. They did burn all their coffers, so. We're gonna need to use the count for. I guess the question is whether we need a tragic hero to get a gold. Probably not. We probably have the money. Though we can gain. Or this still can just die. Of course. And does. I don't want to play the diplomat, right? We find the tragic hero here. We get it, don't we? There's gold, silver in here. CSMs. They're still like. We don't play the cut purse. Can't be right. We don't want to help them get to 8. I mean, I guess there's a world where they have not a diplomat. Okay. Well, we were sort of living in that world. This is all the conclaves, which is pretty bad. They have one tragic hero, the one tragic hero in their jet deck, and it's in this hand. They have one tragic hero, and it's in this hand with the apprentice. And they're not. They must have $8. They're not just clicking it. They're not just clicking it. How many dollars are in their hand right now? Maybe they really just drew it then. I don't know. That was awful. I built a deck with decent composition, and I dudded like I don't know what it means. I don't know what WoW is for. I think it's something like that popped up, but I'm not really sure. I had perfectly fine. In fact, I had a little bit. Is this it? In fact, I had way more consistency than probably was good. And I still dudded a bunch. This is like Artificer, Faithful Hound, Curse Village stuff. Scholar, maybe. This looks like a Mill Hermit to me. Pretty easy. I don't really see anything else that looks worth opening with. If it's a 5-2, I would just go ahead and open Artificer Hound. That seems easy too. This is just hoping the mill didn't bottom deck. So far, everyone had a good shuffle. I would have been happier if at the end of that game he just had the golds in hand, right? At least that I would have understood. He had like 7 golds, you know? If you draw 3 golds into your hand, I maybe would have been. I don't know. Just the Plaza into. I cut first Plaza into Tragic Hero. Draw Apprentice Gold, and then. This was awful. This is really bad luck to not see either hand with either mill or artificer, but what can you do? Nothing. They take a curse village. I guess playing it is pretty bad. Okay, the hermit draw wasn't really the scary thing, to be honest. That one of these would have been scary. I'm just gonna put Artificer on top. Jeez. I will cry if we see none of the hounds. I will straight up cry. I'll do still top deck Artificer. But... They probably have their Cursed Village. Or something. Okay, just another hound. At least they didn't have the Cursed Village. It's gonna help a little bit, but not enough probably. Well, I mean, there's game to play. I shouldn't resign this one at this point. That would be silly. I mean, mentally. Nightman's really nice here this turn. At least if they have an Artificer. If they don't have an Artificer, then it's not so nice. But if they find an Artificer, they didn't find an Artificer, so that, at least not before the Cursed Village, so this actually was really unlucky for crabcat. I mean, I guess you didn't see that many cards in the shuffle, but not what they wanted anyway. Well, you saw 2 of like 5 or something, 2 of 6, 7. Decent chunk of them anyway. Famine was nice because it flips, because he has another Artificer. He can't draw directly into the Cursed Village, or at least it's not guaranteed anymore. Now he may have found it, but I have to get a Cursed Village now. Hopefully I have an Artificer on top, otherwise I'm going to probably fall behind a turn. Artisan is also okay to get at some point. I mean, little terminal. I mean, I guess there aren't that many terminals you really want to play. We'll see if they drew into their Cursed Village or not. They at least didn't do that, so that's something. But definitely ahead. Well, these 7 cards could be kind of awful. Well, no, I mean, they put an Artificer on top, which was the correct thing. So there's Cursed Village Artificer in here. I guess there's some world where He bottom decks the Cursed Village. Otherwise, pretty much trouble. Yeah. That was okay. Alright, I mean, at least I get to start having turns. Maybe too late, but because they can do just a lot here. Potentially. The Hermit gains are really weird to me, but oh, they found a madman. That sucks. That really sucks. I don't think it was in the shuffle. Maybe it was, but I don't think it was in the shuffle, so that really sucks. And it's probably gonna win the game for them. I mean, they can mess up 3-pile. That's totally doable here. Or you get miserable or something. They have the mill in hand. They get war with the mill in hand. That's really funny. I guess this shuffle is kind of scary to trigger, though. Not that scary. There's 2 Cursed Villages in there. I mean, as long as you top deck an Artificer, it's not really scary. The piles just disappear anytime here. You didn't get to play the guide. Oh, 4 card. Okay, that's enough of the shuffle. Now you did get to play the guide, so it's all okay. They just got the cards first here. This would be a sort of terrifying state to leave the piles in if I had anything. If I had some Cursed Villages. It's probably safe, but it would be a little scary. Otherwise, I have to push a little bit here, and they probably 3-pile, but I have to gain some of this stuff or I won't. There's no chance of me winning. This could be an Artisan. You draw 6 of... I guess Artisan would give me some flexibility. On what to gain here. I guess this doesn't really work quite how you'd like it to. does it. I mean, if you mill, then it kind of does. Or if you hound, I mean, it kind of does. And of course, the Cursed Village could go bad. This is probably wrong. Yeah, that's where this goes bad. And there go the points. Okay. I guess it should have been an Artificer, I didn't know. This is a terrible turn for them, though. Well, that was just really weird. I guess they had to. They didn't see Artificers until now. They probably still can win. I don't know. Playing all those Faithful Hounds is... I'm going to have to do the same thing. Unless I have Artificer on top. Which is kind of crazy. To not find Mill or Artificer. I mean, there's no trashing, so there's that. But yeah, I don't know that they have a win anymore. They can build this turn, though. They had to play all their Cursed Villages already. So that's kind of gross. I mean, they can get more, of course. Okay. Envious does not matter. Wonder if they'll buy a province. If I had gotten a really good shuffle, I could have probably won on my turn. Because they're lowering. And I assume they'll buy a province, but are all their hermits in the trash? Okay, so I'm the only one with a hermit. Okay, well, it does give us more turns to play. Alright, well, I got rescued a little bit. Can I win? Maybe. How many Artificers do I have? It would be... How many Artificers do I have? That matters. I have 1, 2, 3. I have 3 Artificers. I have 1 Artisan. Because it matters whether I go for Artificers or Cursed Villages for the pile out here. So I had 3 Artificers, 1 Artisan, and a buy. So that's just 5 gains. We have a Hermit, but that's not sufficient. The estate wouldn't be enough. Plus the Cursed Villages make it as well. So can we empty Artificers? If we chain the Artificers, maybe. Except we already played 1 Cursed Village for nothing. We already played one Curse Village for nothing. So that's probably not it. We do need some money though, because we do need to try and buy a province or some duchies. Okay. Can we do artificers and curse villages and buy a province? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. We still have as many gains at the moment anyway. So if I play one, I'll have 1, 2. Now we have to like discard the, well, we have to use the artificer to gain. And then we would have to shuffle around again. We could do the mill for a little bit of money. Get a curse village. This is just asking to get 3 piled on if he drew. He does have his guide, but what did I just shuffle? There is a cursed village, I think. Maybe I'm miscounting those. There got to be some hounds, or they have a lot of the hounds. I don't know. I mean, I can go. I can take away cursed villages from him being able to gain them. Which may help. Somewhat, anyway. Maybe can duchy and province. They're probably just emptying mills, very likely. Very, very likely. But if that was literally all they could do, then that wouldn't win. I could get the hermit on top here to trash the curse and maybe gain an estate. I don't really know what's left. Okay, well that changes a little bit. This could either be a guide or a hermit. Though then the hermit thing makes the or wait. I couldn't have done Duchy unless I had played the Hound. The Hermit thing makes the Hermits easier to pile. If that matters at all. Which it could. This is not good. This is not good. He had a madman? He just had the madman? Well, okay. I mean, okay. What? When did he even get this? Madman. That's sad. Makes me want to cry. At least this finished. They did. I swear, if they keep clicking instead of clicking estate, I swear, if they play a cursed village or something. I swear. Alright. Still not over yet. I missed. I love how Dombot DMs you when you miss. What a nice little bot. I don't know why. I don't actually know why it DMs you when you miss, but I guess it's to avoid spam. Let's see if we can take it to game 7. So Owl. So you don't really need to buy watchtowers. They just are in your deck automatically. So you can do like Secret Cave Oasis, you can get Warehouse. You can do Native Village, you can start setting aside stuff. You could open, well, several things. Native Village, of course, could make you very sad, potentially. Or pretty happy. The end deck is like, I'm not really sure. I mean, you can do the draw to X thing, I guess. Doesn't make a huge amount of money. And the village aspect of it is a little awkward to manage. You can do... I'm not sure, but I guess you have to do it. And then maybe you end up bishoping stuff. A little awkward. I think Candlestick Maker is an okay opening too. I'm not really sure why I did Secret Cave in particular. I do like having Candlestick Maker just for buying things right off the bat, since they're all owls. They bought an outpost, which I think is fine. But I think I'm gonna go with Warehouse Oasis here. If we find the native village, I have a real shot at activating. If we don't, it's a little awkward. I guess you can do. Well, what do you have? It's not really that good of a chance. I don't like the courtier yet, especially. But this is sort of awkward, right? It's just sad to see the magic lamp already. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I said, unless there's a native village on top, then it's not so sad. But you can just shuffle as far as you can, or the warehouse might work. I mean, you can go through the shuffle as far as you can and see what happens. You probably draw some stuff that you don't want to, but so now the question is whether you add another unique or you're pretty happy you just think you need to get the native villages together with it. There's a CSM in here, but nothing else. Okay, that's nice. I guess we go for it. We're either going to be furious or happy. That's the world we're living in. It's just the worst. And it's bad because then it's in this shuffle with this junk and can't do it. Can't do it. He's going to activate this turn. This game. Just have to try to outplay. And it's in a clean shuffle too. It's just, I mean, the wishes aren't that good, but it's nice to. Oh, I don't like the gold. Maybe I have a shot. This should be 2 2s. This should be double native village actually. Like easy. Unfortunately, they made the correct buy, so that's a pain. This is, and they have that. They shuffle into double native village hand. Can't do it. Can't do it. Need bishop in this deck for sure. The only reassuring thing to me so far has been the gold gains. But if they take a bunch of native villages here, I will be unreassured. They have a native village here. And another action. I guess you can always get it. Our house is a bit odd. I don't know if you had another action, but I would have just gone ahead and taken a native village. Our house doesn't really search you all that well. I don't know what was left in the deck, but maybe it was reasonable. I hope this doe is in sympathy for me. My set-asides at least have been okay. This doesn't matter hugely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But cannot actually, I can't even set, I mean, unless I pick up the CSM, I guess, then I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would go away to 5. I could if I pick up the CSM, which maybe is worth it. I'm going to pick up and then set aside. Okay. I don't know exactly how the native village split went. Maybe 6-4 in their favor. But we got this, so we have something. Now it's gonna be, well, we're not really clean yet, so I'm so sad about these opening double hands native villages. Oh, maybe he picked it up off the mat. Maybe he picked it up. A weird thing about this game is sort of money doesn't matter. Sort of matters for pile outs, but if he fires off on the outpost turn here, it'll be so hard. I think he probably should get a bishop. So we're gonna slowly, I mean, we're just gonna run, I don't know, the CSMs and probably Oasis or Secret Cave or Warehouse out. Just gonna fly. They get another bishop, which I think is fine, but yeah. The only hope is that they decide to buy provinces. But that seems like a thin hope. Then if they get another double turn after this turn, which I mean they must have some actions on the mat, so they probably can manage it no matter what. Kind of feel okay about the windfall. They didn't play other bishops, so they set it aside. All I can hope is they buy provinces. That's the only out. Or they start deading. One of those two. This is a no trash hand if they fire off, which why wouldn't they? They always get two. I'm so salty. This has been a trying week for me for my attitude in Dominion. I usually don't have I don't know too much about it, but feeling a sense of frustration throughout these games. And it's probably unfair. I mean, I'm sure my opponent's getting bad breaks as well. That has to be the case. That's always the case, but they played this game fine. I didn't love the like courtier buy, but every other buy I think was totally fine. I just had a turn where I saw every card in my deck but one, and didn't. It was the magic lamp. And then they've kicked off turn after turn. So, like if I kick off this previous turn, I feel like I can make them play, but this isn't. This into them playing 3 bishops or whatever, probably 6 bishops, maybe even. Well, okay, they only have 2, but you know what I mean. Across a couple turns, playing however many bishop plays, and I get no trash out of it. And this turn itself is not even safe. So they become clean here. Coupled with, are pretty clean anyway. They should not buy province. They should probably just buy like warehouse and maybe bishop. Just buy consistency stuff. I don't like the courtier, but that's fine. It's not bad. But like as long as you can warehouse into native village plus another action, then you get a turn. And here they get to do however many trashes without me trashing. If I don't see native village, obviously I'm totally dead. It would be nice to think that the native village split was actually even, but I don't think it was. Yeah, 6-4. Now they're beyond the point where they can dud. They had a dud in the past couple cycles, but now they're past that point. They can just print the golds and trash them. And they'll do that consistently enough. Score between, I don't know, 8 and 12 VP or something. I don't know, I hate the province. It doesn't help them, but it's also one of those things where this will be rough too. At least potentially. I don't know what I set aside here. I mean, in some sense, it doesn't matter. For the turn, even. Either you find. Does it even help me to shuffle here? You have a deck. I'm just mad about the province still. You have a deck that scores things way better than provinces. Just don't buy provinces. I mean, you can buy province if you're just going to trash it a bishop. Just if you're like, don't want the game to last long, but it's probably worse than buying like a warehouse. 1, 2, 3. So I have another native village in the shuffle, but I don't know if it's in the deck or what. I may need a courtier at some point. I don't know when I'll be able to do the windfall part of this. I also don't know what these last two cards are. They could be hot garbage. Well, okay. I'll take it. I need it. I will take whatever this is. For sure. Let's go ahead and play it. I think we need to play this stuff. The problem won't go away though of not having of having fewer native villages. We're not going to fix that problem at any point. I can't windfall. So my point output is always smaller than crabcats. Trying to think. There's probably, how many coppers did I have at the end there? 3, and I discarded a few. Probably worth it to lose here. If you want to do something that ends the game faster in your crabcat, just buy the actions. They give you the consistency and then they work towards a game ending. You can still bishop them. Like you can have way extra copies of bishop, a few extra copies of bishop anyway, and just trash them to bishops. And then they can be owled if you need it to. More robust than the province. I have no threat. Like, I just don't unless the game lasts forever or unless the game lasts forever and they like wreck their deck, which shouldn't be possible at this point. I will play it out just because sometimes people misplay these things. I don't think crabcat has misplayed it so far, but sometimes they do. I think the province is a misstep, but it's not bad enough to probably not bad enough to cost them anything. Very unlikely. My deck's not really under control yet. I still have so many coppers. So it's still going to be some time before I can even switch to printing golds and trashing them. So hopefully province. But no, they switch back to something which I think is much more likely to succeed. I mean, actually, I think just like 100% safe line of buying actions. Like you can buy a warehouse. Yeah. I think that's just like not possible to lose if you play it that way. So if we go through a couple more cycles of that and they're still buying action cards rather than provinces, I will go ahead and resign. They've demonstrated they can close the game out. I mean, they could probably, okay, let's be fair, they could close it out in provinces too, but there's like some chance of that going badly. It's not like you can even like, I don't know, pick up a bunch of candlestick makers and have a money engine, have an engine that's accumulating coffers as a way to help yourself. It just doesn't help you. You're not going to accumulate enough to buy the provinces in a quick enough period of time. And then in the meantime, if you start buying those, they buy them and piles run. I would probably take a CSM at some point at crabcat just to have buys. They were maybe planning that for that province all along, but these, yeah. I hate those. I don't like it. It'll work. I mean, don't get me wrong. They will. Crabcat will 100% win this game. I still hate it. Should I warehouse down to a smaller hand before trying to owl? It could help a little bit. This is pretty risky, actually. But I'm going to try it. If there's any justice in the world, Crabcat's hand is province, gold, copper. That's the only fair universe. Guess I'm gonna do this. I don't really know what the last cards are. 10. There are 12 coppers total. They probably don't have any, so they're probably coppers. Action one. I mean, we technically shouldn't gain the gold this turn. So maybe I'll have enough. Maybe I'll be able to use it. I probably shouldn't. What do we... A little questionable. Oh, that's a secret cave. Oh, and a bishop. Well, anyways, those aren't that good to have set aside. Not really. I'm kind of rapidly approaching this point where it's not even particularly safe for me to buy cards. Though I may lower the Oasis a little bit. Those seem less likely to run than some other stuff. I am getting lucky on these. For sure. Should we go for... I guess we should do it this order. Well, we can potentially have enough actions to play all the bishops this turn, right? So we saved one last turn, but we're not playing the outpost. So we probably need to play them all. So we can either warehouse to wait on this bishop. I guess we could draw no action cards. Let's do... what's worse? Failing to find native village, and probably that's way worse. One of these times we're gonna set aside the native village and then be in big trouble. Okay. This isn't exactly what we want. We don't have another dual action. What is in there to trash? There's a 1 gold and a copper. There's already enough things to trash. We played one of the bishops. These are pointless, but coffers are sort of not pointless. Do you think they drew the hand I requested? It's probably better to get the golds. That's it. I killed all the treasure. Where are the other coppers? I must. I'm super confused. We should have each had 6 coppers, right? Nobody has anything on their mat. Did we do something else with them? Am I just dumb? Someone needs to explain this to me, if you know. Well, I'm just dumb. So is Windfall good? Not especially. Really nicer to get the... I mean, I guess it's sort of nice to have the golds in deck. Is it, though? I'll try the Windfall, whatever. I just want one time. I just want once. I just want one stop. It'll never happen, but... This is a really interesting board, though. I will say that. I think it's a really, really neat board. I salute every person in this spec who's been here for the whole time. Even if that number is 0, I salute the non-existent person of my dream. But anybody who stuck around for most of this is truly a trooper of the Dominion's spectator variety. We could have just gotten into this phase with one less dud turn and one more native village. I feel like I could have done it. It's what I feel in my heart. Oh, I hate that windfall. Please, dud, just once. You got all these stop cards for no reason. Just once. Once, don't draw. Obviously, your number of actions that can be owls is way, 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 way higher than your number of stop cards, but in this deck, if you have 3 golds and you windfall, you have too many golds. I think my windfall was probably bad. I just kind of felt like clicking on windfall. Oh, they drew 3. They have 3 cards, and one of them's a native village. Who'd have thunk? To be fair, I've drawn my outpost turns have gone the past 2, however many times I actually did it, 2 or 3. They have gone when I don't really have that much hope of them going in general. They could have also. There's no way they couldn't have gotten the buys to just pile out Warehouse and Bishop by now if they had like tried to instead of double provincing or whatever. Like you can buy 3 action cards a turn. You just pile. Sad. Maybe the triple windfall for nothing. That would be stylish. That would be stylish. They sure are giving this a puzzle. Puzzling. Buy an estate. There's no way that estate matters. There's just 0% chance. I mean, I can try to win now, but I don't think I can do it. I get, if I bishop golds this turn, get 8 points from that. And then I'd have to, like, if I get all the provinces and every single bishop is played on a gold that I can play each turn, which is like maybe 2 on one turn and 2 on another. 2 or 3. Let's say we get 5 bishop plays, we get 20 points from that. And then 18 from province. We would get 51. We would need duchy and estate. I don't know. I don't know. We probably don't even find native village here. Okay. Well, let's start thinking about the deck. It's gotta be this. We didn't get... I think I still play for a dud. I mean, with this deck, I mean, they could have drawn... It's not likely, of course, but they could draw a dud hand. At this point, they have 10 or so stop cards. The bishops are stopped cards, the courtiers are stopped cards. Well, a courtier probably buys a province if it's in a stopping hand, so not quite as stopping as you'd like. But how do we make this work? We're playing for dud, we just try and trash some of these golds. And probably leave this stuff on the mat. This could be bad. I don't know that we can play it anyway. Okay. What is the world where we win look like? Does it exist? Whoa, I'm so sorry. 39. So we've trashed 2 golds. So we don't really have golds to trash. That's problem number 1. We don't have that much money. Problem number 2. We just have to wait, don't we? Just have to wait and see if they're dead or not. I don't know what card I've left on top here. They just had the coppers in their deck. That was the answer. We could do a CSM. Try it anyway. CSMs are kind of nice. We get 3 more coffers. You have 4 more coffers. That seems nicer. All told. And if they dud and we're up to around 30 points, doable. Maybe try to play some secret caves this turn. Well, that's a big nope. There is, well, no, I mean, not yet. Okay, now it's a big nope. We still just waiting for a dud. We really needed to get some bishop points though. We needed the outpost turn to not be, and maybe some secret caves down. We needed it to not be complete nothing, unfortunately. Well, this is something though. I would have still, well, I don't know if you have anything set aside. Okay, so 4 points. Okay, so we didn't get it. If we'd gotten something off the outpost, we would, but anyway, that's done one way or the other. So, what does the world look like where we win? Again, we have 1 gold left. But if we trash 2 gold and we get up to 30, we probably need another dud, which isn't terribly likely, but well, pretty stinking unlikely. I mean, if we can get 8 more points this turn, we can even get to that, which is a big if. We buy like 1 province. So many points still. We needed that second turn. We needed it so bad. At some point, we're going to need to pick this up. But I guess not yet. Still don't know exactly what the world looks like where we, or if there's a world where we win next. Or if we get 20 VP 41 and we get the 3 provinces, that's already enough. So maybe that's just what we go for. Means we have to figure out how to trash another gold here. And to probably figure out how to get some secret cave plays. I don't know if we have the hand size for it, but this is something. This is so crazy. I don't think it can be done this turn, though we should probably count it just in case. So if you could bishop outpost and get the point, if that was somehow sufficient, that would be something to try. The provinces are just 18, so that's 39, so then you're lacking 17 points or total 19 points still. So you need a bunch more bishop plays. You don't even really have. There may be better. Well, it's both $1, isn't it? Well, we're gonna set aside 1, I think. Hopefully it's a warehouse. Okay, it's Oasis. Not perfect. Seems pretty likely that we need to put another gold into the deck. This turn. Now I have a bunch of warehouses left, which is kind of okay and kind of annoying. Would be really, really good to get the other gold. Right. We probably need to do. It would have been good to get the secret cave, but we have another bishop in there. So we could. I have 3 bishops, right? What's better? Well, we're gonna need to do one anyway. By God, I'm gonna try to win. Shoot. I don't know what helps. I truly, truly don't know. I'm not sure anything does. So we still have 8 gold. How many? Oasis might help a little bit. Courtier might help a little. Province probably doesn't help. Though it might be okay. Basically saving us 3 coffers next turn to spend that dollar on province. To spend those on provinces. Maybe province. I guess province, and then we can still wait and see if they dud. I mean, 1 province doesn't matter for that. If they fire off again. The only thing about the province is whether it, but I probably need to save the coffers. Here we go. Here we go. All right. This is beautiful. So 12:47. We still have to trash a bunch of stuff. Okay. I don't know how to do this. I don't know if we pick up right away. It gives us a little money to do so. Probably not. And then we probably play the warehouse just to move through a bit. I'm not 100% sure how to make this work. Or even if it can. Well, okay. This was bad right off the bat. Unless we've got a warehouse on top. I was so excited. I thought I might actually do it. And there is, in fact, a world where I do. I thought I might actually do it. That hurts so much. If we find a native village, I think, like, this hand has a native village in it. We'd just be there. Or maybe I'm super miscounting. No, 47. We would be so, we would totally have made it. Do we bishop the province? I don't think so. We probably take the, I mean, we're gonna have to hope for a dud. That's not gonna happen though. Man. We totally. We had it. There was a world. If we see some of these, we could have done it. The native villages were going to be the final, like the reshuffle draw. We had the coffers. We could have got the golds. We had 2 of the golds. We only need 1 more gold. Or even just to trash maybe something else and maybe buy a duchy or something. There are options. That's so sad. He gave me the chance and I didn't get the draw on the last turn. They may not double this turn, but it won't. Probably they double, and if they don't, it doesn't matter that much. Single is again going to be, I mean, I'll have to trash, I mean, it probably won't be technically impossible again because the gold optionals, they may have enough buys to pile out as well, so that could happen. Gave me the chance. This would have been up there as far as my comebacks. Sort of a weird order. Did you just have like the CSM and the golds? I guess the CSM could be, no, it's gotta be in deck. Could be last card, but you still have secret caves. Was this all really required to get to 16? Like, surely not. Surely there was a in-hand way earlier. Anyway. I should have stolen that from him. But congrats to crabcat on winning hand mix, and thank you all for watching. And I'll catch you another time.